by getting started. Resuming our 4 Black Mage playthrough. In 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so our 4 Black Mage is currently level 26, 26, 27, and level 1. They'll catch up eventually. We do have the Zeus Gauntlet, one of the heal helmets. We got the white shirt and the black shirt picked up. Our opal bracelet is in hand. 2 of the 3 ribbons. Defense sword, Thor hammer, wizard staff, bane sword. Not really a lot to go in the weapon department apart from the Masmune. That may be a little bit of an upgrade. And I think our plan. Starting things off with a nice time. Over in the ice cave, we're going to try and get our eye grind back up and running. Let's see what happens. We should be at the start of our encounter cycle right now. We'll skip 2 encounters to begin with. And then we're going in. The whole idea of this ice cave grind is that we get an Agam and a third every single time we beat the eye. Ideally, we will 1 round the eye. We did get an okay upgrade by going to the Sky Castle. Switching from one of our Fire 2 or Lit 2 items over to the Black Shirt and Ice 2 does give me a slight increase in damage output. So more likely that we will 1 round here. We also get the second ribbon. That means only 1 person now can be petrified. Probably will let Bill and Cal catch up to Ace in levels a little bit. I think they're about 1 level down compared to Ace. And it's going to be uncommon to see Ace get hit by that Brack. It can certainly happen. But it's only a 1 in 7 chance of being targeted. I think like a 1 in 3 chance of Brack getting used in a typical eye fight. So all in all, probably doing pretty good. Other things that we've got. Now that we got ribbons, it's a lot safer going through here in general. You're going to see a lot less paralysis. Maybe a slight bit more of frostings. We will see how hard that we can push this. I believe I can go 10 battles past the final eye bit that we know about. I did some math last night, trying to figure out exactly how hard you could push the eye fight. 10 battles is probably not that big because you're already getting something like 80 battles to begin with. But maybe every little bit will count. Also noticing that we've got very good odds of running away. The first 2 characters would have had 50% if Dan was not dead. Of going early in the round and also like a 96% of running. Dan's death is not ideal, but is only hurting Bill's chance of running right now. Probably knocking Bill down for like 96 to 80%. In all of these battles, you still do have a decent chance of your characters going early enough for it to make a difference. I'll take the cockatrice. That is not a problem. We got a bunch of battles that we have to take up on this floor to avoid bad situations down next to where the eye is. But once we get down there, that is when the true grinding will begin. Also, we do have plenty of heal potions. Just making sure it's not going to be an issue. There's one Arbone fight. We'll wiggle here for our second Arbone fight, and then we descend. I declare that it is officially time to fight that eye. We're starting here at level 26. Looks like we go armor, weapon, armor? I'd rather have weapons than armor for Cal to use. Maybe we do this. Go weapon, armor, armor. We'll leave Ace with the black shirt for now. Give Cal the maid staff for the time being. Nice work. Gotta remember to put it back. Oh, other thing I wanted to try was the Bane Sword. There is a chance that the Bane Sword is effective enough in terms of percentages that this beats out doing damage. Don't know if that's true or not, but we're going to find out. It's more science. All right, 1 for damage, 0 for the Bane Sword. Let the science continue. Also, the question about whether we're going to be doing class change only if we have an issue with beating Chaos tonight. My preference is that we do not class change, and if we have time that we also try and take out Warbeck. But my number 1 priority is beat Chaos tonight. Number 2 is don't class change. Number 3 is Warbeck. The Bane Sword's doing not bad. It's 2 for damage, or 2 for Bane Sword, 1 for damage. Two and 2. Three for Bane Sword, 2 for damage. It is a Black Mage challenge. In my heart, Dan will always be a Black Mage. Regardless of what happens. 4 for Bane Sword, 2 for damage. Alright, this Bane Sword is looking fairly consistent, which is a little bit of a surprise. You wouldn't think that the Bane Sword would be all that good against the boss, but you wouldn't normally have a way of getting the Bane Sword at this point. So you could bring in some Black Mages with the Bane spell, give that a go. And I feel like if you've got Bane, you're probably higher enough level that the eye is not going to be that much of a threat to begin with. But look at this Bane hit. It is a slaughter. At this point, it seems like the Bane Sword is my primary solution, and the damage is just a backup. I am a fan of this. Hey, Empty Eye. We have looted everything except for the bottom of the Sea Shrine and the very top of the Sky Castle. We've killed 2 of the 4 fiends. And now, it is lights out for this eye here. I think doing like 1 grind loop on the eye, and then go kill Kraken. At that point, we can pick up our 3rd and final ribbon, so it's a little bit less of a struggle keeping these Black Mages alive when spellcasters are around. Bane Sword better for a thief run? I mean, considering how decent this Bane Sword's working. Unless you have all 4 characters alive, I would guess that the Bane Sword is going to be more consistent than damage. And it's certainly going to be faster to just have fewer turns and animations to get through. And especially if you're doing like 2 people or 1 person, Bane Sword seems like it is the solid solution. It will solve many of your problems. Only problem is you have to kind of get pretty far into the game to get the Bane Sword. Does Dan stay dead? Dan is not dead. Dan is merely watching out for a vertical ambush, preventing the floor from rising against us, striking down the very foundations upon which we stand. And without that critical job, there is no telling whether anybody on this team would even have a chance of surviving. Also, Data's very sleepy and he's taking a nap. Can we get 4 eyes? Oh, if we could get a whole bunch of eyes, that would be delicious, especially with this Bane Sword. But even with just doing straight up damage, Lit 2, Fire 2, Ice 2 spells, you would be throwing so much XP at these characters. They would level up in incredibly short amount of time. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of really good spots that we can do grinding at without access to the past. You're kind of limited to the Eye and maybe Sea Shrine Pile of Pain as your 2 good choices. Bane Sword is also pretty effective against the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain because it hits lobsters and sea snakes relatively often. But you just have so many more animations to go through that I don't know if it's worth getting 2.5 times more experience, but probably spending like 6 times as long in the fights. It might be worth it just because you've got the back and forth time, you've got the animation where you go into the battle, you've got this outro where you get the experience awarded. Like, this does add up compared to the time that you spend in the fight. But whether it is enough is what's in question. Ace is 28. Ace is now about like 3/4 of a level ahead of the other 2 black mages, so we're looking for Ace to maybe get petrified a few times. I also have the option of trying to get one of the black mages significantly higher leveled up than the others. That could be a decent ploy if you were planning to have the black mages with the Mazmune in the late game. You need level 42, I think, for an extra attack per round on a black mage. It's a lot. Like, they get 1 attack at like level 10, next attack level 42. It's really unlikely that you're going to want to get all the way there. But if you're even thinking about that, probably solo character is the way to go, because the other 2 black mages aren't going to be getting a lot of extra value out of their spell slots going to those upper levels. They will get some value out of hit points. You know, if you can get to a range where it is feasible to have enough HP to survive a nuke or other big attacks, that probably is going to really help you in Temple of Fiends a lot. But it's not like you're getting 4 times as many spells per day. At these levels, you are very, very slowly increasing your spell count. In fact, you get 1/3 of your total spells within 3 levels of the first time that you pick up a tier. Which we are now past all of those. Level 41 for 400 average hit points. What if our black mages are maybe not quite as good as the average black mage? What if our black mages are, in fact, slightly held back by some poor life choices? What do we do then? Just level up to 50, yes. I suppose that is something that we could do. One eyeball at a time. Minus what, 32 or so eyes to level up. And then you get 20 levels to go, so 640 eyes. Let's say 600 eyes that we need. That's probably doable in 8 trips. Maybe 7 if we push it. Speaking of trips, our troop has hit its first of the off-tile encounters. So there's one of those down. I can go 3 encounters plus 10 extra battles. We did the math. The 10, I think, is just going to be a little bit of a bonus. It's not really substantial compared to how many eyes that you get along the way to those 3 fights. But if you're going for those high levels, maybe it'll make a difference. Also, so far, Ace has only missed out on 1 Agama kill. I guess 1 1/3. So 3 halves it. You've made up an Agama and a half worth of experience in terms of the skill. I believe we're looking for somewhere around 10 Agamas worth of experience to fix to level out our party. But I don't really want to make Ace intentionally get knocked out. There's plenty of things that are going to make our levels even more unbalanced over time, especially if we were to kill a Warlock. Look around for more eyes. I would rather just take the save game, because you're like 80 eyes in at that point from doing 1 loop around. That's a lot of progress to lose to something that could be an easy accident from a misstep somewhere. And it's not like it's that long to go and get things set up here. Like, you're probably spending less than 10% of your total time going in and out of the dungeon versus the actual eye grind itself with a party like this. It would be a bit different if you had melee characters that could one-shot the eye consistently. Like, you're looking at Black Belt or a Knight, maybe a Ninja, although Ninja would need a fair bit of pre-leveling to make it happen. But we just have a much slower eye battle compared to what those melee characters would have, since we have, like, on average, like 2 or 3 turns. That's 2.5 hours to cockatrices. Yeah, it's painful. I mean, the remakes, you're doing probably a save every, like, 10 eyes or so. And you're moving a lot faster, so it's even less of an investment that you got in it. I am totally okay saving, like, every 75 or 80 eyes. This bean sword is really, really good. It's hitting like 80% of the time. I was expecting it to be more like 40, 50%. Like, I know we've taken the Bane Sword here, and Bane Sword at the eye quite frequently. It's a great way of dealing with a fight that, in the randomizer, you might end up getting really early. And so if you've got access to the Bane spell, or the Brack spell, or the Bane Sword, and your damage output's really bad, it's a great battle to very quickly get a couple of kills in. But maybe come up with something for actually using the Bane spell, if it's really that high of a percentage. Alright, 28 on Cal. Imagine that the eye had tentacles rising up near the mouth instead of smoke. You mean those are not tentacles? I have been lied to? This is an outrage. Those are definitely tentacles. They look very noodly to me. Bill's 28. Yeah, the guy's definitely got some teeth. Probably has expensive dental bills. Even better. We still have plenty more eyes where that came from. They do a counter winner. What is that eye looking at? Is he looking at Ace? Has he noticed the Bane Sword, or is he looking at Dan? Wondering if the greatest threat of all the Light Warriors is preparing to strike. Could be tough. Hey, rah. Dan is looking for his contact lens. I am sure he will find it eventually. But it has been some time. He was tragically tripping and falling in a battle against imps, and is currently 28 levels behind the rest of the team. It is only a very, very minor deficit. Hey there, Fractal9091, welcome in. Dark Beth, hope you're having a wonderful day here. Welcome back to part 2 of our Black Mage special. We are currently working on getting our levels up for our 3 Black Mages, seeing if they are feeling confident after this eye grind to go and take out the Kraken. I would say that with the white shirt in hand, having already gotten the lower part of Sky Castle cleared out for the items there, that Kraken shouldn't be too bad. Nice level 29 on Ace. So a couple eyes to go for 29 on the whole team. Looking around level 30 on this loop out. So I guess it makes sense because it's actually a little bit less than 32 eyes per level up. We're somewhere in the range of 80 or so eyes. It's about 3 full levels. I think once Bill gets leveled up, there should be like 1 or 2 eyes between Bill and Cal. I'll check again to see what the spread is on our black mages. Should give me a better sense of how much more we want Ace to maybe get petrified during this trip. What is the target level? So it's not about target levels for these trips out. We have a certain set of encounters where it is safe to be in a particular part of the ice cave. And once you get the last encounter in that set, then you know there's going to be something really bad coming up. So we've got a couple of undead fights, and then we're trying to weave our way around a whole bunch of mage battles. Mages have a 90% ambush rate, fire 3 rub, which with our ribbons is probably a little bit less threatening than it used to be. But you still don't want to be hit by it like 4 times. Just in case of accidents. So we could do somewhere in the vicinity of 80 eyes. And then we're going to have to pop back out. And you want to get the occasional trip out anyway, just to get your progress saved. Make certain that there are no major accidents that would cause you to lose a whole bunch of time on it. So it works out pretty well for this. And this is replacing doing an Agama grind, which you're getting experience more quickly with the eye fight, since it is worth a little bit more and also a little bit easier to kill than an Agama. It's definitely not faster than the Whiz Mummy grind, probably faster than the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. So it has been my grind of choice for a couple of these playthroughs now. Yeah, no healing is nice. Like, I use probably like less than 10 heal potions for a trip through the ice cave. Whereas with Sea Shrine Pile of Pain, you're going to be getting hit a lot by those lobsters and sea snakes and sea trolls. So you're getting 3 1/4 Agamas per battle on average, and only 1 1/3 for this fight. You use up a lot more resources, the fights are lower or slower, and whether that is enough to balance out, it really comes down to your exact party composition and how you're doing those battles. But I think for Black Mages, it comes out ahead. Save time to not buy 99 heal potions, but what if buying 99 heal potions is, in fact, the destination, not the journey? Some people would pay good money to buy those heal potions, one at a time. And they would savor every single moment of it. Alright, our Bane Sword has dipped down in effectiveness. So we started out like 80%. I believe it's now under 60%. This is closer to what I was kind of anticipating the Bane Sword to do. So not quite as overpowered, but still very, very good for mostly hitting an eye like every other time. Like if you're really bold, you might think about just running instead of having the damage go off. I am getting a bunch of kills from damage though. So you have to crunch the numbers about whether it's worth the animation time. I think at these rates it is. Only downside of the black shirt chainsail is I have to do one extra input on the controller to pick an armor item instead of a weapon. And I don't know if that's worth it for getting the extra damage here. What are we talking about? We're talking about some very efficient eyes at this point. Hey, Will, welcome in. In our hearts, Dan has stolen the show, so he is an honorary thief. Fortunately, he has not stolen our experience. Dan is still level 1, while Cal is level 29. All right, let's see the spread. So Cal, 32k to go. Ace is at 12k, so about 20k spread from Ace to Cal. Bill is like another 2,000 back. And every eye that we get with Ace Petrified is about 1.6k, swinging the other direction. Although it seems that Ace's 1 in 7 is less probable than I thought. There's Bill's 29. We are over 300 hit points on these black mages. We can almost survive a nuclear. Almost. No 3 and 256 glances through the ribbons. At those probability levels, we probably only get, if it was glancing every single time, 1 glance ribbon per trip. And there's a decent chance the eye's gonna XXXX instead of glance. Or even physical. You do see a couple percent of the time that the eye does have a physical attack. It's uncommon, but it does happen. Why not do the Agamas in Gurgu Volcano? So, the Agama does more damage than the eye on a typical encounter, because the Agama will occasionally use heat or have a stronger bite attack than the eye has. You've got more setup work. And there's battle number 2. So you have to go all the way through Gurgu Volcano. Because we've got black mages, we're probably going to have to heal potion to get through Gurgu Volcano, which means buying those heal potions back. In the fight, you only get 1 Agama worth of experience instead of 1 1/3. And on top of that, Agama's got more hit points. So if you weren't able to get them with instant death, and I'm feeling like the Agama Bane sword rate is going to be about the same or even worse than the eye, then you're going to have to use a lot more hits with your items to be able to kill them. And that's even with assuming that you use the black shirt for ice, which is going to be the Agama's weakness, and do a decent amount of damage. It's still probably more hits on average. Also, every time we go down to those Agamas, Dan insists on licking the mixers. I just can't stop him. But yeah, the big factors going into this are how much setup time do you have? Which is trip in, trip out, any side stuff that happens in the dungeon, buying heal potions after you're done, things like that. Look at that as like a percentage of the total time that you spend doing the fighting in here. And then how long are the fights? And you can kind of get a sense of like, are you maximizing the experience per minute when you dilute it by that setup time based on these like different ideas? And so I'm guessing the eye is like a good, like maybe even 50% faster than the Gurgi Volcano one. And probably a decent bit faster than the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. At least for this particular party. Other parties may vary. The internet claims the Agama has 1.5 times as much magic defense as the Eye. I mean, the internet is an amazing place. Full of many mysterious Agama facts. Meanwhile, we'll be out for battle number 3. Once we get our third undead fight, I go 10 battles past that. And we're going to see if that is correct. I think I can actually go 11, but I want to take one less just to be safe in case I miscount the number of squares that you can walk on afterwards. So we're going to 50 for hit points. I don't think so. Like, I think 42 is about as high as you would go. 42 gets you the extra attack per round with the Mazmune. So that's a pretty big damage upgrade on Tiamat 2 and Chaos. You've long since kind of killed off any potential growth on your spell charges. Even being like in the 30s, your spells are more or less maxed out for the levels that you're going to have access to. And for HP, if you're around 400 hit points, which is around level 40, you're probably going to be okay. Or you're deburred. One of the two. There's really nothing in between. Just waiting for there to be so much poison smoke in this place that the entire dungeon explodes. You would think it would be a serious hazard. How worried am I about the nuke spell? I'm worried about nuke on Lich draining all of my healing for the entire dungeon. I really don't want to have to resort to a whole bunch of heal helmet scumming going through Temple of Fiends. It significantly increases the cost of each trip through. And so if you have really any viable way to get through Temple of Fiends in, somewhere around like the 20 to 30 minute range, you can afford to give it a couple extra goes compared to taking 40 to 45 minutes going to the bottom. And depending on how we're feeling for Kraken, Tiamat, and Chaos, you'll probably want to have more goes than one. Kraken's just going to come down to luck about whether we can get at least 1 or 2 free rounds at the start. Like if we get a double lit 2 Kraken start, then at that point we're pretty much set. Whereas if Kraken goes melee, we have very little chance of surviving. Even with our black mages at level 50, you would be almost certainly going to get a one-shot on. The eye has still not hit ace since that very first time, like 2 battles in. This is unexpected. Because once I go down to the bottom of the Sea Shrine, and Ace has got that ribbon, it's pretty much unlikely that anybody is going to get appreciably knocked out of fights for these. So we just have to live with our level disparity for a bit. Really get Masby and warp out and save. Well, if you class change, you can do that. But if you don't class change, you are unable to get the warp spell. And that means you have to do Temple of Fiends in one go. Unlike what we have for the randomizer, there is no exit out of Temple of Fiends normally in the game, so you have warp and exit required if you want to be able to get out of the dungeon. Which makes it a little bit awkward. It means we can't grind there. So some of the really good fights that would otherwise be extremely lucrative, not available. And then also you have the problem of the trip across Tiamat's floor is a nightmare with a lot of the bad encounters there. If you get high enough level, the sorcerers will kind of leave you alone. So that may be a little bit of a benefit to having one super high level character. But we shall see how it goes. Spam Quake for Lich? It's certainly a strategy. I mean, Lich only has 500 health for the refight, which means you can do a fair bit of damage with your normal moves, and if he doesn't nuke the first turn, you can actually get him before turn number 2. But Quake's a good way to get him on turn number 1, if you happen to land it. So Nuke or reset. Nuke makes it very slow. You're gonna have to probably spend a couple of minutes with the heal element and heal staff, assuming everybody survives. Which if you're over like 360 or so, probably you're gonna roll well enough to avoid anybody dying. But you're gonna be in a fight with some fire elemental for a couple minutes to get all that health back. I recommend the Rebalanced Thief and the Pixar Master. All of the remakes have tried to fix the Thief character and really haven't succeeded. Because the Thief is, in fact, a bad idea. Like, the Pixel Remaster is good for the enemy designs. Like, I really think the enemy graphics are great. The character graphics are kind of subpar, like compared to the PlayStation version, even like the PS1, not just the PSP. And it's like your party is so much better in those previous ones. But the Pixar Master really does a great job on the enemy art. The backgrounds are incredible, the music's really good. There are some things about it that are extremely vexing, like I'd say the top two things to complain about for the Pixel Remaster. You've got random order for the enemy moves, which takes a big element of strategy out of the enemy and boss fights and just makes it pure RNG, especially on like Chaos, which has a very large spell and skill list. If you could just spam random spells instead of having a sequence that it goes through, it's pure luck about how the fight's going to turn out. And there's almost like no remaining element of skill involved. And the second thing is, for some reason they removed the Peninsula Power. This has been in every single remake. So, since it's a total re-implementation for the remakes, they knew about the Peninsula Power. They put it in intentionally. And for the Pixel Remaster, they intentionally took it out. And nobody is happy about that. But most of the other stuff is like kind of okay or an upgrade. No cutscene skipping. There's not enough cutscenes in Final Fantasy 1 to be annoyed about. For the later games, it's a more significant thing. Like, this game had one cutscene. It's 3 minutes into the game when you're crossing the bridge, and that's about it. The remakes did add cutscenes for, like, the canal and for the airship, but it's a pretty small amount of time. Whereas the more story-driven games, especially when you start getting like Final Fantasy 4 and beyond, that's where cutscenes are like a much bigger deal to have to sit through. Like the Pixel Remaster's stat scaling. I kind of thought it was okay. I don't like the magic system as much because with the ability to get your spell charges restored, they have much more heavily tilted the game towards magic users. So you could just blast all your spells, but then again, for all the ones that had MP as a system, that's pretty much the same. Like once you get past like PlayStation 1, magic is no longer something that you have to like really strategically plan out how you're going to use it through a dungeon, but you can just kind of pound through any particular fight with it. Alright, he says 31. So we're getting like a level every 15 minutes? Seems pretty reasonable. At least for now. Yeah, speedrunning the Pixel Remaster seems kind of a miserable experience. Not just from, like, the RNG at the opening, but getting to Chaos and having a complete RNG fest at that point really feels like it's gonna suck. You could easily just sit at Chaos and be a brick wall for 20 minutes. Alright, there's one. More weapon armor slots is broken. Weapon was never really a limitation. Armor has always been the slot type that you run out of very quickly. But it is nice to be able to, like, not have to throw away things that are probably useful just because you're at your carrying capacity limit. Let's see where we are for levels. Alright, nobody's even close to level up. I'll do a couple more eyes here. We're not going to push all 10 for this trip in. We're doing some science. And then we will do the Kraken. I think for a casual playthrough, the Pixel Master is perfectly adequate. Like, it's very useful to have a version of the game that can be played on easily obtainable modern hardware. A PC version, a Switch version, those are things that people are going to have access to. And increasingly things like the PSP, the Game Boy Advance, it's just not really viable to kind of expect people to use those systems in order to play the older games. So I'm glad they didn't like completely botch it. But if you're really gonna sink a lot of time into the game, it's not the version that feels like it'd be the most fun to do it with. How much longer do we do this grind? We are done helping you about. Because it is time for this party to go get cracking. Does the Pixel Master have powerful items for the minigame? No, the Pixel Master does not have any of the bonus content. So it does not have any of the bonus dungeons for going through the Four Fiends afterwards, so Dawn of Souls dungeons doesn't have the Labyrinth of Time from the PSP version. It doesn't have most of the items that were added in from the later remakes. It put a couple of things in, especially around the MP recovery stuff, so that you could get your spell slots restored while on the move. But aside from that, it's mainly leaving things alone. I'm going to just walk through the wizard fights. And by walk through, I mean blast through. Yeah, it's got the temporary buffs, but it doesn't have all of the usable items for like Final Fantasy IV and such that they backported. And it's kind of a weird situation to be in, because a lot of the promise around the Pixel Master was going to be, oh, it's exactly like the originals, but update it for modern systems, and it's got these things to make the graphics and such better. But they did a whole bunch of changes. Like, they completely overhauled the balance of a whole lot of things. So it doesn't really stay faithful to the originals, but it also doesn't have all of the changes that previous ones had. It's kind of like that weird in between. Yeah, the GBA dungeons are good to do like once. I think that if you have Dawn of Souls, which is also in the PSP version, then it's good to give them a try. They're not necessarily things that you're going to want to replay over and over again. But definitely fun to like explore for the first time, try and figure out how you deal with all of the extra bosses. You get a little bit of gear from it, and you get like no experience, so it doesn't really impact the balance when you go back to beat Chaos afterwards. Brown speaks like the stat system is completely overhauled, Mr. Uggles. Almost nothing is exactly the same between the original version and the remakes in terms of like stats. So there's a lot of familiarity and like the items are in the places you expect them to be. And they're called the same things. They don't necessarily all work the same. Let's go and murder these tigers. They probably deserve it. Let's get ready to go down. I'll do the in inside. Can we actually avoid the Naga? I don't think we avoid the Naga fight, but this does avoid a ghost fight, skipping one battle there. If I skip 2 battles, if I skip 4 battles, maybe that'll be better. I know there's some setup for doing the bottom of sea shrine decoupled from mermaid floor. When I'm doing the speedruns for it, normally it's mermaid floor and then you're going right into the bottom afterwards. So you don't have to worry about getting a new fresh part of the encounter cycle for it. Did we change critical hits? Yes. Critical hits, the elemental damage, all of that stuff that was bugs have been changed. Magic defense has changed. Intelligence has been changed. They kept the spell slot system, but gave you ways to recover the spell slots, so it's still effectively infinite spells, you just don't have infinite spells in a single fight. It's the Warback strategy, probably going to be Bane. The 3 in 256 chance of landing Bane. But if I can do a couple of Banes per fight, then hopefully it won't take that many tries. I'm kind of torn on Warback because for black mages, you don't really have the damage output to stand up to Warback, and you're not going to really RNG loop him because you're going to be casting spells rather than doing melee attacks. So Bane seems like it's going to be your best bet. And yeah, the odds are not particularly good. What if we let Warback instead? It would be a bold and innovative strategy. One that just might work. Alright, I gotta flip 3s that. I don't think I need to save them all for Kraken. Yeah, I'm hoping you get somewhere like 6 or 7 Banes per try. I feel like with solo Black Mage, or especially like solo Thief, I got a decent number of Banes per try. And, you know, we're just defensing up, hoping that he does the punches, but if he does nuclears, then you're really not going to last very long. Yeah, I forget how long it took me to do the solo Thief Warback kill. It was like probably like 3 or 4 hours. I remember it was a while. Hey there, King Booty. I would say our mages are 75% successful. And they do all have ribbons, which is especially nice. We're gonna give black shirt to Cal. So you've got ice. Go ahead and swap these back in place. So you've got lightning, you've got fire. We've all got an element that we can use. All got ribbons. Someday we're going to have pro capes. I don't think there's any point to getting the light axe. Like, are we ever going to have an undead fight that I want the harm 2s for? There's not a lot of undead that you have to battle in Temple of Fiends. Phantom, you can fire 3. You're probably going to have enough fire 3s left over for zombie Ds or whiz-vamps or those type of things that you could come across. I think it's probably not going to be an issue. But speaking of things that are not an issue, I don't think we're going to run out of ice 3s here. No need to use items. Warp being so unpredictable is the reason why I've got him as my third priority on what we want to get done with these black mages. I would be much happier taking out Chaos with no class change than trying to grind a Wormack out before going to Temple of Fiends. Now, if you did class change and get the Masvium, that would definitely make the Wormack fight at least interesting to think about. You know, Masvium plus a fast, and hopefully you've got a couple of rounds of staying power to sit there and swing away. Like, conceivably you could melee him. But without the Masvium, this black mage party is going to have no shot. You got 9 spells per every tier. Yep. At the end of the game, if you max out levels, you're going to have 999, 999, 999. The red mage is weird because they actually get more than 9 spells, which is not supported by the game, so it just says 9 anyway. That is a bug. And this is the Krakening. Let's go. Defense, lit 3, white shirt. Not even gonna bother to bait him. He does not deserve it. We're going to see if we can take out our third of the 4 fiends here. Ink does nothing because we have the Eternal Lamp. The lamp that outshines any darkness. I think we have one more round to go. We've got a cat claw. It, thankfully cannot be equipped, because I think it does more damage that way. I think Kraken is done for. Three fiends out. 1 fiend to go. I mean, we have actually tried using the cat claw, and it did less damage than the black mage that had the silver knife. I'm just saying we've done science. Alright, Kraken taken out. Are we up for another Ice Cave adventure? That'd be 4 more levels picked up. So I think we'd be looking around level 35 at that point. Seems like it's gonna be looking pretty good for Tiamat then. Oh, the Black Mage is like an instant kill item. I'd be using that thing non-stop. When you're doing no damage to an enemy, like, having slightly more than no damage is not really a big deal. But even a small percentage chance of an instant kill would be a really massive reason to have the Black Mage at least try and swing something. You want to see a no weapon challenge? I have done a no fighting playthrough. Not even any punching. We're good to go, right? Yeah, because we've got plenty of soft left over. We've got no more issues with the petrification situation. I think we take advantage of Ace's fondness for being in front. And if Ace is in front, you can have maybe the heal helmet. Let's plan for like an ABC order. Makes it nice and easy to remember what order to put our characters in if they ever get shuffled around. And so Ace needs a weapon. That's going to be the Mage Staff. Seems reasonable for Fire 2 there. Bill's got the white shirt, so you need to have second option. Actually, give Bill the black shirt and put white shirt in slot 3 so that we don't lose our white shirt user as often. Which means Bill's got the Bane Sword. Thor to Cal. And Heal Staff should be on somebody else. Let's give Heal Staff to... I guess Cal for now. Hopefully the heal staff was never required, but just in case it comes in handy, we will have it there. Punching only, but no black belt. The fighter does have a decent amount of fist damage. The big problem that you have with the fighter punching, though, is that you've got no critical hits unless your character's a black belt for the fist. So you really want to do that on something that lets you buff up your characters with temper or saber or things like that. Do we have exactly 331 health on all 3 of our mages? How was that even possible? Okay, no. 339 on Ace, but that's 1 level higher. So I'll have to see what Bill and Cal get on level 31. But they are both at 331 at level 30. I was gonna say, like, with the level difference, having everyone the exact same hit points, I mean, I guess works for the Black Mage because their vitality score is terrible. So 1 extra level might be like 1 extra hit point. RNG loop chaos. For a solo fighter, it's not that uncommon to see it happen. Usually when you don't want it to happen, so that he blows through his spell list really, really fast. Good, cockatrices are terrified of us. The feeling is mutual, cockatrice. There's Arbone 1, and then I remember it's pretty short until Arbone 2. I mean, at this stage, you might not even have to really care about the mages too much. Ribbons on everybody. You've got enough HP that you're going to tank the Fire 3s. You're probably not going to get rubbed. You might even scare them off. But the important thing is, you do use that Bane Sword. Alright, Mage Staff in slot 1 temporarily. But I might just keep the Mage Staff there for a while. See how this order treats us. I recommend a new player use. Yeah, 2 fighters is pretty good. White Mage, Black Mage gives you a nice assortment of spells. Red Mage, White Mage gives you a little bit more safety at the cost of slightly slower damage near the start of the game. It's easier swapping the Black Mage out than the White Mage to a Red Mage if you want to try them. And you can also do things like Fighter, Red Mage, White Mage, Black Mage. You have a little bit less defense, but you can really go pretty hard on spells to help you out of situations. The key thing is you got 1 fighter or 2. You've got coverage of both white magic and black magic, and you have no thieves. Those are the 3 rules you need to remember. All right, 31 on Bill. Cal should be getting 31 pretty soon as well. I think it's 2 eyes between Bill and Cal. Maybe 3. More viable to take thieves later on. Yeah, once you have gotten to the point where you are pretty comfortable playing the game with 3 characters, at that point, a thief can be used as filler. For example, if you need somebody to hold on to your stuff, maybe somebody that is good at napping, the thief does, in fact, do that job almost competently. More eyes than I thought. So is it a 6-eye spread between Bill and Cal? Is it a 7-eye spread? Now I'm a little bit concerned. Either that or Cal has already leveled up and I am just completely missing it. But it could be a thing. Alright, that's gotta be it. Bill must be the one that's trailing Cal. There's no way the spread is this big. Thief's good for running. In the remakes, that's definitely something the Thief is slightly better at. In the original game, because running is broken. All character classes have exactly the same chance of running. It's based on their position in the party and also the status elements that other party members have. It's like Ace right now, being over level 15 and having no status elements on Cal, runs about 95, 96% of the time. Bill, over level 15, but Dan is dead, probably in the 80s. Cal is going to be at 50% with his position in slot 3, and Dan, if he was alive, probably wouldn't be very good. Hey, Buffalax, welcome in. Hope you're having a good time here this weekend. For those joining us, I hope you're ready for some 4 black mages. And by 4, I mean 3. Dan is currently occupied with other more important business, but Ace, Bill, and Cal have pledged to finish out this adventure. They are going, hopefully, by the end of the night, defeat Chaos. Currently, we have beaten 3 of the 4 fiends. We're here in the ice cave doing some leveling, trying to get at least some chance of survival against the more difficult monsters. Though it may seem like all hope is lost. Alright, there's 32 on Ace, 344 health. Starting to get a little bit better there. By a little bit better, I mean he can survive a nuclear now. Not a nuke, but you know, we're working on it. We are definitely working on it. Well, I am pretty certain that Dan is going to be the one that gets the final hit on Chaos. It's nearly guaranteed. Alright, probably even put the odds at an even 97.5%. Why is Dan getting the floor? Because Dan is the best at that job. I mean, think about it. We are 7 hours into these black mages. The floor has not gotten past Dan once in that entire time. That is a track record of extreme excellence. And one that no one could ever even hope to equal. Am I using 3 black mages? Well, one of them is Dan, so clearly compromises had to be made. And also there's only 3 ribbons. So there is very, very, very low chance that all 4 of your black mages are going to make it through Temple of Fiends anyway. The person without the ribbon is going to suck up a lot of heal potions, and you're paying a lot of experience into that person to get the levels. Whereas with Dan taking a nap here, we're leveling our other characters up 33% faster. So they're going to be more quickly at a level at which we could feasibly survive the endgame. Hopefully this means less time with our pal the Eye. But if you wanted to, you could do like a 2-character party here, really. Maybe even a solo party for the leveling purposes and try and get one person really leveled up. As your party leader, having somebody very high level would increase your odds of getting the enemies to run away. It could be useful even in Temple of Fiends. There's plenty of enemies that don't have maximum morale scores. And having one person that's really high level would be the obvious person to use the mass unit, so they could be doing a little bit more damage against Tiamat and Chaos than if you had 3 equal level black mages. The very slight danger is you have to take a bit of a risk in these fights here. Is that glance 3 and 256 of the time is going to hit you through ribbon. And so you gotta weigh your odds about how likely it is you're gonna lose all of your progress, because one time you got unlucky. All of a sudden, we've not had a single glance through Ribbon. This is a little bit improbable. I feel like we've had at least 80 glances by now. I think Dan might be faking it. As long as he doesn't steal any of my precious experience or touch that agama pie I baked, I will be okay with this. Banesword back on a roll. It had a really good start the last ice cycle we did, and then the second half it felt like it was falling off quite hard. Like, we started out like 80% laying those Banes on the eye, and then it kind of fell down to like under 50%. So I'm still uncertain about our true odds of Bane working here. But it does seem to be more effective than just straight up damage. At least sometimes. Hey there, straight out of Melmont. Welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely time tonight. You are enjoying the fantasy Final Fantasy. Cal's level 32. Another fine level in the books. I think this is a lot of work. Remember those solo Black Mage adventures we had? Not only doing all the leveling, but also needing to get good stat rolls at the end of each level up. We spent like an hour per stat roll. Or at least it felt like it. The true number is probably like 15 minutes per level. But still, it was a lot of work for those. Well, if you're looking for an endless eye grind, I can definitely help you with that. Or at least a pretty good number of eyes. Like, we do somewhere around 80 or so eyes per trip in here. I'm trying to break these up with, like, do an eye grind, go kill a fiend, do another eye grind, kill another fiend. I think we should be credibly able to take on Tiamat after this eye grind is done. Though I'm not totally certain how it's going to work with the item pickups that we have to get. Those might make things a little bit complicated. When we go to Sky Castle, I want to get the heal helmet. It's on the first floor. I should have gotten that on the previous trip. And then Pro Cape, which is on the 3rd floor. I don't need to get the ribbon or the shirts, because we already got those. But I'm pretty certain we're not going to have enough steps to make it through on the typical Warmech pattern. So we might have to do some additional delaying to dodge the Warmechs on that first adventure. All I need to think about is how we actually killed Tiamat. This might be a good time to break out the triple Bane strats. Hey, Evan Cass, welcome in. I hope that you are having a good evening here. I hope that everyone enjoys how nice this ice cave is. A little bit smoky. There is possibly some gas buildup going on. Your emotional support Agama has been stolen, Magic Jade 47. Luckily, all of our Agama products are half off this weekend only. That's right, this sale will not last. Let's get some Agamas or contribute to the Agama Institute of Fine Art. This is your best opportunity. Hey, Tater. Van is in a better place. And by better place, I mean the floor. How did the eye become our pal? Well, somewhere around hour number 6 of this, we definitely had a bonding experience. One that has changed our lives forever. Also, the eye's the only one that returns our calls. Still have not been glanced through it. Feeling it's very improbable at this point till I've had a single accidental glance. Or Brack. They should both be 3 and 256s. The only thing that is not a random chance for going through a ribbon is going to be that XXXX spell. If you have instant death resistance, it does not do any kind of check at all. Same thing if you've got over 300 current health. no check, it just immediately is going to fail. Unbelievably, this Bane Sword, kind of ineffective lately. I'm worried that it may have lost its mojo. All right, the Bane Sword's back. It did not want to be embarrassed. What level are we aiming for? So these are not level-based grinds, Ben. We have a certain number of eyes that we can take before we're going to get kicked out of the dungeon. Essentially, there is almost exclusively bad encounters in the ice cave. And little windows of opportunity exist where we can safely take steps. Unlike the Agma grind, there is every time on these side steps, one step closer towards our next encounter. So we just go until we can go no longer. But yeah, somewhere around level 34 or 35 is when we're going to get kicked out. And so we'll do TM at that point. For the whole game, it's likely that if we were level 42, we would definitely win. But I really don't want to go to level 42, so I'm crossing my fingers that we can do this at a slightly more reasonable point. The biggest problem here, probably the mages, because they've got a 90% ambush rate. With the ribbons, it's less of a big deal. And it's almost more that you just want to have a periodic safety save in case of, you know, getting cockatrice or something, like really improbable odds of a party wipe. But when you're initially doing it, it's the mages. And so we're actually kind of skirting in between a bunch of mage encounters. And we got these 3 fights that we can do with the 3 undead battles in between. They'll swing that Bane Sword. Every 32 eyes get that level up. 32 eyes per level is where you really kind of feel the difference between the original game and the randomizer. You'd be power leveling way, way faster in the randomizer. Typically, like, people play with like a 2x multiplier for experience, or 3x or 4x, once you factor in all the things like the bonuses from quest items and such. And so we're getting like 4 levels in per trip. Playing the randomizer, you'd be getting like 15 or 16 for like the same amount of investment, and you'd very quickly hit level 50 if you wanted to. Good night, Will. Thank you very much for dropping by, and Enjoy the rest of your evening. Wolf and Josh, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes there. You've joined us in time for the eye grind, which we have many tasty and delicious eyes to choose from. And once this is done, probably around the 8-hour mark, we're going to be heading up to Tiamat. Try our hand at Fiend number 4. It might be practical to get to level 42. My overall target for the night is to beat Chaos within 12 hours, then I almost certainly want to be entering Temple of Fiends no later than hour 11. Ideally give it like 10:30 and then you have time for 2 full attempts without worrying about having to rush through it. 45 minutes for heal staff scumming is probably going to be sufficient. You're going to have slower battles in it. You have to walk all the way across Tiamat's floor to get the Mazmune. So 45 is about right for a trip, assuming that you go all the way through. Man, eye burgers later. I wonder if you can grill those with a nice taro sauce on the side. Still nobody bracked or glanced. It's hard to tell if we would have had somebody that would have hit by that yesterday because we didn't have as many ribbons then. So you're not doing as many of the opposed checks. But I feel like we just have to be due for one. One day it's gonna happen. Oh yeah, we've maxed out our gold. That's not a shock. I should pick out any additional spells that I want. We have not picked up our fast spell. I will probably get the Bane spell for the Black Mages so that we can have triple Banes versus Tiamat. Or at least double Banes plus somebody using the white shirt in case we get some bites on it. Alright, there is fight number 2. We have fight number 3 plus 10. Means we got about 30 eyes left to go. 1 level left. There's the Bane Sword that I've been talking about. Just need a couple of good Bane Sword rounds and Warmick and Chaos are going to be no problem. Bane Swording is like the absolute last resort on things like Chaos. But you're very much not going to have a lot of tries at it. If you are relying on Bane strats versus Chaos, it is 45 minutes for a trip in. If you're lucky, you're going to get 10 Banes per trip. And I think that might be a bit of an overestimate. So it would definitely be an unpleasant experience. Hopefully we get a reasonably good time with our Mass Beam. On a Bane roll all of a sudden. Thing seems super streaky. Which I don't think is going to be RNG loops here. 3 characters makes it so that you have a lot fewer rerolls than if you had like a solo character. So you're not going to see the same actions, plus the fact that I have to input commands. Reduces the odds of having the exact same timing every single battle through here. But imagine if you could make that work. Or how long do we actually have for leveling? Working backwards from it. If I want to be in Temple of Fiends at 10:30. And we've got at least 30 minutes for Sky Castle. We should be able to get somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 or 9 levels. Which means 42 I think is doable. Although it may be a double eye loop after we get Tiamat done to make our team actually hit it. Because at 42 I've got the extra Masbune attack. I should have the health for surviving a nuke. I don't know if we really get much stronger. Some lucky rolls on your Masbune user to try and get some higher strength would be interesting. But aside from that, your damage is not really going to change much. At that point, I'm guessing your Black Mage is looking at the neighborhood of like 15 to 20 vitality. So HP-wise, at most like 35 hit points for the rest of the game. Yeah, 42 seems like it. Is Dan still dead? Dan is resting. Now, remind you all that Dan, doing his best in these trying times, has made more of a contribution than some of our light warriors who I will not name. And Dizzle Dan, hope you're having a good time. Enjoy the 4, maybe 3 Black Mages. I mean, they're just really waiting for his moment to shine. There will come a time. Possibly not for a very long time, but a time nonetheless, where we will be counting on Dan, and accidentally, Dan may forget to fail. And when that moment happens, we will remember it forever. Hey, Quad Striker. Our target for the eye grinds is a fixed number of fights. We get around 80 battles in here before some encounters are going to pop up that are a lot less fun to deal with. I think we're about 15 to 20 away from that mark. And whatever level we have at that point is when we go to Tiamat. In Skycast, we'll pick a little bit more experience. Do another one of these grinds around that probably puts us around level 38 to 39 at that point. And if our target level is 42, then we're in striking distance at that point. It would be less than a full grind to get from 39 to 42. Man, if Dan was at night, he could probably solo chaos at this point. I mean, Black Mages start off really well. They have a lot of good offensive options. Maybe not great at like level 1. But at level 5, when they first start picking up those AoE spells, there is a time where Black Mage is the best damage dealer in the game. And pretty consistently, because they get the spells a little bit sooner than the Red Mage does, because nobody else has AoE damage of that caliber. The Black Mage, one of your strongest damage dealers. And then you kind of have this creep where the enemy hit points goes up and up and up and up, so it takes more and more spells to kill the enemy, plus their magic defense is going up, which means you're not going to get criticals anymore, they don't have elemental weaknesses anymore. And especially when you get to the bosses, when it would take dozens of spells to kill a boss. Then you kind of realize that Black Mage, mostly just good for the fast spells at that point. So it's kind of unfortunate they don't have a lot of late game contribution. Otherwise, they'd be fairly strong. Like, they've got plenty of downsides with just being glass cannons. They don't have much in the way of defense or hit points. So you could have given them more late game power and still not made an overpowered character class. Can spells crit? Yes, basically. That's what the magic defense stat is. There is a power level for a spell. And you've got an opposed check against the enemy's magic defense, which if it fails the check, the spell gets to do a second roll at that same power. So basically, you do double spell damage. If the magic defense fails, that's the equivalent of a critical hit. The same mechanic happens with melee, except instead of this magic defense stat, which could be a fairly high percentage of the time that you're able to exceed it, melee's got a 3 in 256 chance for like the typical enemy of critting. Which is a very small amount, or in this game, because critical hit rates on weapons are broken, you've got like a 25% chance. But a single target version of Nuke doing 200 to 600. If you had like a 200 base, like double the power of Nuke. Nuke is 100 base, does 100 to 200, then if it crits, it's up to 400. So we call it 100 to 400 for the range for it. But let's say you had 200 damage single target with something. A lot of enemies, especially in the late game, are going to have very high magic defense. So you're going to, even with this powerful spell, probably only be averaging somewhere in the mid to high 300s. Now, compared to a knight, you're probably about in the ballpark of the knight's damage, except your spellcaster will run out of those spell slots very quickly, and then they can swing the sword as much as they want. For the black belt, they're probably doing like 600, so they're already blowing you away. Again, before the fact that they could do it an unlimited number of times, and your mage has a maximum of 9. Still, that would be better. It would definitely be an improvement over not having any capability to do that at all. I mean, spell damage is just one of the things that the remakes did kind of put more thought into with the scaling with level ups, so that in the remakes you're doing less damage with your spells when you would initially get them, where you're about roughly supposed to be in terms of progressing through the content. You do about equal damage with your spells, and later on the spells are significantly more powerful than they are in the original. So things like Fire 2, Lit 2, Ice 2 remain relevant for a lot longer, and you can do respectable damage as a Black Mage. You just have to level the Black Mage up quite a bit to make it happen. Our Temper and Fast completely broken Villa. Temper is broken. Saber is broken. Saber is what the Power Glove does, but Fast does work. Fast and Slow are both implemented correctly, which makes Slow fairly dangerous in the enemy's hands, and Fast a very, very useful ability. Because if you're already doing some damage, Fast is going to just instantly double it. It doesn't help if you're doing 1 damage. That's where something like Temper and Saber would probably have been a lot better. But if you're doing 200 damage, Fast taking up to 400 is a big win. Yeah, if you fast a black belt, we've done a lot of damage with those. If you could also temper on top of that, you know, it's pretty easy to do 3,000-4,000 damage to chaos with a single attack. You can get very ridiculous with the black belt very quickly. With just fast, you're probably pushing around 1,000. All right, this is our bonus eye time. 1 eye, 2 eyes. Three eyes. We don't want to go past 10. If you stop a little bit before 10, you can also save 1 wizard encounter. Although wizard should not be a big deal at this point. 4 eyes. Five eyes. You want to do a reverse class change. I mean, the fighter is going to be super tanky. And even if they're only limited to using spell items, they're probably going to be fine. Six eyes. And the thing that's going to hold our black mages back is that they're only using spell items for the most part. And they're going to die to a lot of things in 1 hit. Fighter can probably survive 3-4 hits against nearly anything. 7 eyes. And so I would guess if your fighter's around level 35, they'd be totally fine. 8 eyes. Ninjas, on the other hand. Ninjas would benefit a lot from class changing sooner, so they can get the fast spell. Specifically fast. And so the earliest you could do that is level 15. And go 15, 17, 19, 21 for your spell slots. Probably 21, 23, 25, 27 is going to be fine for it. And we're probably good. For this time out with the eyes. The eyes have had it. And they are not putting up with this business any longer. Let's go. Alright, so we had about 3 steps. Yeah, if I did 8, then I think step number 11 is when the encounter happens. The math does check out again. This time. So yeah, 9, 10, 11. Alright. Seems correct. I think leaving it at 8, I do not get the second wizard fight. Here's the bones. That shifts it off of, I think, a cockatrice battle. Was it the first wizard fight? That might be the first wizard fight. 2 steps off. Okay, so you'd have to do 6 eyes if you want to finish exactly on the stairs at that. And I think we were we 2 steps or 3 steps away from the stairs when we got that Arbone fight? You might have to take one of the wizard fights one way or the other. Take a moment to go in to pick up our bonus spells here. Things that... So we had 999,999 gold. We were simply too poor to afford. And no, we are not getting the steel armor, not even if Dan really wants to. That thing is an embarrassment. All full heal potions. 4th tier we're grabbing fast. 5th tier we're getting Bane. Definitely be using those later. Don't think we've got any useful purposes for Confuse at this point. Tragically, Wizard Staff really only good for the carry fight. Even more tragic. The town of Melmont good for nothing. Doesn't have Bane spell. At least it's got Bane. I think Quake is here at Crescent Lake. One of our potential ideas is to Quake Lich 2 and try and avoid the nuke spell using instant death. I don't have a lot of things that I need lit 3 for down in the bottom of Temple of Fiend, so we're probably not hurting ourselves too much by using those slots up. Ice 3, there's nothing else at 7th tier that we can put there. So I feel like this is it for viable spell pickups. Let's go to space. We'll have a snack, and then we'll go to space. One Tyro milkshake, chilled to perfection. Is the thirst-quenching dessert solution. Yeah, it's the start of the Sky Castle. Part 2. This time, we are here to take out Tiamat. Let's go. A lot of this is going to have to be improv because I'm going to be picking up items that I don't normally grab. That'll throw off my encounters by quite a bit. We are definitely not playing to fight any Warmix in this go. Alright, Cal's 35. First strike, so we don't need to go as aggressively with the Fire 3s. It lets me save those 5th tier spell charges for the Bane spell, of course. Got Ice 3 for the blue D. Everybody's got ribbons on, so the Thunder is way less damage. The Bite attack is still gonna hurt. And it's hard to say whether you should try and block the Bite attack 50% chance or the Thunder 50% chance. Like, they're both gonna be hitting you. It always seems like no matter which one you picked wrong. Bill getting stunned to the ribbon. That is pretty uncommon. I feel like you don't really notice the guard stuns when you come here normally. Yeah, these are probably an Ice 3. I think Wyvern has just a lot of health. I can also try to bane him. Yeah, this is totally effective. This is enough. We're averaging 100 plus damage then. Wyvern and Worm are not surviving that. Good enough for our purposes. And hopefully good enough for a dragon this wonderfully blue. Alright, dragon for the bite, but it wasn't even our lead character, so we wouldn't have been able to block with the defense sword. Good, nice 3 rolls. Average is like 115 right there. So one more Ice 3 probably kills the dragon. $116 did kill the dragon. That's a lot less work than I thought it would be. Now for the pickups. Gillet's somewhere to the right. I think it's the rightmost chest in this room. That's not it. Alright, second to the right. So we've got 2 helmets to work with. Honestly, might be better putting Zeus Scarlet on Ace for right now. We'll heal a bit when we want to do our heal scumming in Temple of Veins. Oh, we've got the Bane Sword, Typhoid. Don't worry about that. I played Final Fantasy 1 more than anyone ever. There's a chance. There is some hydration. I think like everything on this floor is going to be Ice 3 for a little while. I think there's a lot of people that have pretty good familiarity with this game at this point. Like, there's a limit to how much you really need to understand about how Final Fantasy works. Well, I will definitely say, there is no limit to how much that we can learn about the Agama. They are a truly wondrous and mysterious creature. Alright, there's our Pro Cape, 8 more defense. That might be better than the Zeus Gauntlet here. Bill still needs the black shirt for an offensive move, and we don't get our second Pro Cape until Temple of Fiends anyway. Just slightly limits my elemental choices. See, I've got fire up there. I would guess, Typhoid, that in terms of like the total number of hours that Final Fantasy has ever been played, in aggregate, yes. Being closer to the release date is probably when it's going to have like a more widespread experience. But there's very few people that would be playing the same game for hours every single week. Just, you'd have other games that you'd pick up. There would be too many different options for like the NES to like imagine that people are like really sitting with one game all the time. Maybe we do make our Cormac cycle. I haven't seen the Guard Sentry yet. I've seen the Guard Sentry now. So this is about when we should be going up to the top floor. I guess because I didn't have to pick up the ribbon, or the adamant, or the shirts. That's kind of canceling out the time picking up that Pro Cape and helmet, and then no delays required. Seems pretty reasonable to me. That seems like I Am Bloodshed has resubscribed back for 56 months. Thank you very much for that, I Am Bloodshed. I hope you are enjoying the festivities here. Alright, these are worth a pain. or Bane equivalent. Whizvamp will try and cast A-Fire. It's actually good for us, because A-Fire does not work in the slightest. At least when the enemy does it. A-Fire does work when you do it. Bribing relatives to buy heal potions. It does take a while to buy 99 heal potions, but I would say at most 5 minutes. I hope you got a good rate on that. A-Fire's got 2 bugs. One is that when enemies cast an AoE buff, it doesn't hit themselves. So if there was one Whizvamp and it cast A-Fire, it would just miss. The sentry ran away. Really? Level 36 and a sentry runs? That seems improbable. The other reason A-Fire doesn't work is because enemies can't update their stats. So instead of using the battle statistics for looking up the enemy's resistance, it uses the permanent value, which is before they went into the fight. Simply Jeff, thank you very much for resubscribing back to 50 months of Dan failures, non-stop and around the clock. Hope you've enjoyed them. Have a good night, the Raging Berlina. Some dreams. Anyway, it's always good to have an emergency nacho stockpile in case you need a snack. Good to have some quality time with Tiamat. It's defense up front for safety. Bane sword and white shirt. And of course our Bane sword. Ineffective as we knew it would be. It's okay, I brought spares. I was prepared for this eventuality. Because while our Bane sword might be ineffective, our Bane spell works every single time. Tiamat. Done. We've got the 4 fiends finished off. We got level 36 on Ace, so we want to get 6 more levels to maximize our Mazmune output. And there's the debate about whether I want to have my characters equal level here or not. We're closing in on 4 hit points, which would simplify some of our situations a bit. Don't have to worry about the nuke instant death. Ideally, we don't see nuke at all, because we just hit Lich with Quake. Now, while it's going to take a while to set that up, it probably significantly speeds up the rest of Temple of Fiends to do so. So where are we at? 389, 372, and 379 for you two. Yeah, Bill's down 4 vitality. So he's losing an entire vitality point per level up. Or entire hit point per level up. Ace is doing decently good here. Ace has 18 strength, so in between Bill and Cal. Cal might be my best person for attacking. 2 strength is only 1 damage, but then you multiply it a couple of times, and then you fast it and you multiply it again by 2. That could be an entire extra, like, 10 or 20 damage versus chaos. Is that a risk that we are willing to take? Maybe it is. Maybe we just have to chance it. Other thing about a 2-character party for grinding is going to be slower eye kills. I think you still come out ahead in terms of just pure levels on the lead character. But it's not a straight up 50% gain. Got a turbo controller just to buy heal potions. Some people enjoy the tactile feel of purchasing their heal potions individually 1 at a time, ensuring each one picked at the maximum point of ripeness and sealed in for perfection and ultimately the juiciest heal potion experience you can get. And some people just shove heal potions into their mouth until they can't drink anymore. I guess there is all types. Alright, back to the ice cave. We're gonna give the eye a go around. I might give Warmack a try after we do this eye section. Our odds are not great. Some would even say our odds are quite bad. But it'd be interesting to see if we could win versus Warmack. You have something like a... Well, if you get 8 Banes off. And it's a 3 and 256. I'll let you do the math on that one. You could definitely beat Warmack in like 3 hours. But I don't think we want to spend that much time on it. I think, if anything, we give Warmack like 1 try. Just to see what happens. But first, we have to say hello to our pal yet again. This should be the grind up to level 40 here. In fact, if you just did eyes, you could probably hit around 43 by my target 10:30 time to go into Temple of Faints. And that would definitely be enough. I hope. If it's not, we're going to have some problems. Alright, so we're nearly maxed out at our 5th tier charges. Sixth tier is unlikely to be a bottleneck. You're either going to get quaked on the first round versus Lich, you're really not going to bother with it. 5th tier is useful versus Phantom. Do the fire 3s there, and then there's probably at least one other battle where fire 3 makes sense. At least you can run from most encounters in Temple of Fiends. There's bone number 1. There's bone number 2. And then there is the eye time. So I want to put Mage Staff back up in the front of my list. Remember to swap Mage Staff after this. It will definitely make things faster. Well, the other items are the silver knives that we got for beating Astos. Those are still our 2nd and 3rd best weapons. About buying Cat Claws. 1, I would say Cat Claw probably less damage than hitting the eye with the Mage Staff. 2, we can't equip them, so that will actually increase the damage that the Cat Claw does. There's just so many things that's wrong with the Cat Claw. It is outrageously priced as an item for something that, due to the way that the armor system works in this game, where you roll your attack number and then that gets straight up subtracted by the enemy's defense score, with 1 being the lower floor for how low your damage can go. The Cat Claw is going to take you from a negative value, which is 1, to still a negative value, which is 1. And there's very few enemies that are worth talking about where the Cat Claw actually makes a difference going from negative to positive on those black mages. You'll probably get more accuracy than your alternative weapons, but that just means you hit 1 more time for 1 damage. And the most embarrassing thing of all is that everyone knows that you wasted your money, your hard-earned cash, on this completely useless item. It's like having steel armor, except instead of being invisible, where you could plausibly deny that maybe it was an accident that your money fell out of your pocket. People know you bought the Cat Claw, and they will judge you for it. What's the harm in wasting your money on Cat Claws? That's the kind of environmentally destroying activity that has led to the creation of the Melmon Tire Fire. Events that will haunt us throughout the ages. It's simply a chance that we cannot afford to take. did Dan start the Belmont Tire? Dan has an alibi. The ground is vouching for him that he has been there the entire time. We will see if we ultimately choose to believe this. But for now, I think it's a solid story. Bill 36. We want to get our entire party up to 42. That's 6 more levels to go. Definitely doable by the tower mark. I wonder at one point during this entire long process that we will finally find the shiny eye. The one that looks very slightly different in color, but has otherwise no functional differences. You know it's got to be out there somewhere. Ooh, nice. We're over 40% for the Academy Institute of Fine Art. I'm hoping that we do get the Fine Art Institute opened up at the latest early December. So your support will definitely be needed to make that happen. Like that. How are we doing on these other things? So it looks like we still have some Agamas available for adoption. Do we have research available? I wish Twitch would tell me for the channel points which of the options have been fully fulfilled or not. Just so I know whether to expect an influx of Agama orders. Level my grinding to, so we are grinding based on a fixed number of eyes per trip in TCM Eternal. There are encounters that we're dodging on various floors throughout the ice cave. So we arrive at a specific point in the encounter cycle. Every time we fight the eye, we take one step off to the side, which advances us one closer to the next fight. And so eventually we're going to start hitting like mages and other unpleasant things. Plus, you just kind of want to have periodically a chance to save your game. So we go between like 80 and 90 eyes total on a trip in. Good enough for roughly 3 levels gained. And then in the long run, probably going to be level 42 for our lead character. Ghost Dunk, thank you very much. Resubscribing back for 29 months. Certainly hope you're having a fine time with Fantasy Final Fantasy. And enjoy our Black Mage extravaganza. Awesome. Vuvit's helping out the Agama Research Society. I did increase the number of Agamas for this weekend as a safety measure in case of unexpected popularity. To make sure that there was enough Agamas to go around. But this deal is only for the weekend. On Tuesday, when Final Fantasy Season 29 resumes, Agamas will be back at their regular price. Imagine the Bane Sword. Yes, the Bane Sword fluctuates. We're guessing it's somewhere around 50%. And since it's a one-shot, if the Bane Sword goes early in the fight, that's generally going to be saving us time in the battles. Sometimes it's ineffective, which is unfortunate. But I think this is going faster than doing a triple attack. Also, it's nice to not have to do a selection for armor, so the menus are going by more quickly by doing weapon, weapon, weapon for the inputs here. A little bit bad about this Bane Sword. It used to be doing so much better. But again, the Eyes Glance has also been pretty effective. All right, here's battle number 1. We got 3 of these side battles, and then we are on a very limited timer before we get kicked out of the dungeon after that. And again, with ribbons on everybody, we don't have the same pressures as if you were trying to do this grind at an earlier point in time. But there are still things that could unexpectedly go wrong and wipe your party, and you'd really hate to lose like an hour plus of grinding. So having some periodic saves mixed in is worth the couple minutes of inefficiency and downtime. Dan hit level 3. Dan didn't even hit level 2. He is still working on counting with that second finger. If you review the video tape, you will see that Dan did in fact contribute to a battle. Maybe not very much, but there was a moment where Dan was a helper. Also, sometime around hour number 8, Dan did bring everyone towels and juice. That was nice of him. I wouldn't say Dan is suffering. I would say Dan is enjoying a vacation from life. He is nice and relaxed. Also, you really don't want to smell this ice cave after hundreds of Bane swords. It's got a little bit of a stink to it. How does this compare to doing the 3 ice 3 type of spells? Those would definitely be slower to access. The randomizer added a feature where you can wrap your menus around and get to the upper tier spells faster. The original game you to scroll through all of the lower tiers to get to the higher tier ones. And then you've got the animations for all the spells going off. It would probably be pretty consistent for one round in the eye, though. Just have one more person drop a 3rd tier spell each time around. We could do, like, probably 60 eyes that way. It may be competitive. You didn't have that Bane Sword. But we do. And our Bane Sword is amazing. It works every single time. Cal is 37. That means Ace is halfway to 38. Four and a half levels ago? Probably somewhere around 135 eyes. We dropped down to a 2-character party. It would be only like 90 eyes. It's so tempting. I'll see where I'm at after this loop around. How close we are to 400 health on Bill and Cal. Bill's at 380 right now. We are guaranteed 5 hit points, I think, on the non-strong level ups. And like every 5 levels, I think it is, for the Black Mages, you get a strong level up, so another 25 hit points there. Depending on where we're at, we could be pretty close to 400. I don't think we have to strong level up until level 30, though, so. Not level 30, level 40. I wish it was level 30. That would be a lot faster. Right now I'm playing Mazvian on Ace because Ace is ahead on levels. I think Cal has got the most strength. Ace has got the most hit points. Either is probably decent. Like, the 2 points of strength difference is in the ballpark of like 12 extra damage. It might be noticeable, but not like dramatically so. I know it doesn't sound like much, but if you're planning to attack 8 or 9 rounds, it's at least 100 points of damage saved, and that's on the order of like an entire attack. It might just make a difference. I think the only thing that we really decided is that Bill is not very good with this Bane Sword. Probably should have read the instruction manual. We kill Warmech. That's like a entire level right there. If we don't kill Warmech, though, we get no credit from the trip up. This is a little bit of a bummer for that. And I'm guessing our odds versus Warmech are going to be less than 10%. So the Banes are back. We might be on a Bane streak here. Bane streak has been canceled. Way to go, Bill. I'm trying to remember exactly when we got it. If we killed Tiamat at 8:15, it would have taken us a couple of minutes to get our stuff recovered, come over here. So they were 25 minutes into this eye loop. We're actually probably doing less than an hour per loop then. Seeing how likely it is I could take a second crack at Warmech. There's Ace at 38. 4 levels to go on Ace. A mere 120 eyes left. You can almost taste the success from here. Success. Tastes a lot like the Bane sword. Alright, I'm very tempted to go down to 2 characters. We've got our 3rd fight coming up. We'd be relying a lot more on the Bane sword to work. You two both have 37 and a half. Now we're going to take the ribbon off of you two. It's be temporary. And then whoever gets petrified first, we will leave off. I guess it was Bill. I think that answers that question. So Ace is gonna have the Bane sword. Cal needs that ribbon back on in case we get more petrifies. You don't really want to go down to a single character here. It would get kind of dicey. But now we are cooking with Bane sword gas. So it's even worth it to try and do damage to the eye. The run might be faster. Because optimistically, you'd have 2 hits to kill it with damage. Pessimistically, it's like 4 hits. And by the time you do 4 tries with the Bane sword, you are pretty likely to be successful. Downside is we could be seeing Stare at some point. That would be embarrassing. Alright, 4 failures on the Bane Sword. I got Lit 2 is pretty bad. Don't really want the damage there. 5 Bane Sword failures. I am regretting everything about this plan. 6 failures. At this point, you could probably have stabbed the eye to death. There we go, 7th try Bane Sword. Not quite as good as I was hoping. Wagny001, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. We are in the midst of our eye grind. Not the white shirt. Please, not the white shirt. At least give me the black shirt for it. Black shirt lets me do a little bit more damage than the Thor hammer would, so if I'm only doing 1 damage roll per timeout here, this will be more likely to be a 2-shot kill, and very likely to be a 3-shot kill, which will limit the downside of my Bane Sword's missing. NES Cardinality, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid there. Congratulations on the fine race performance. I did catch some of the amazing 17-player race action earlier today. And those of you coming from NES Cardinality's channel enjoyed the Dragon Warrior racing as well. Here tonight, we are continuing our Black Mage playthrough. We'll have 3 Black Mages and 1 Chaos to defeat. We're going to see if we can do it. Also going to see if we can kill a Warmech, although that may be more challenging. So buckle up, enjoy the show, and enjoy the Bane Sword. You are in the midst of an eye grind. Welcome in, Sir Cooper, NES Cardinality, Ralphian. Hope you're all having a good day here. Kumag SA. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 31 months of intense Bane action. Bane works surprisingly well in the eye. You wouldn't normally have the Bane Sword here, but you could use the Bane spell if you didn't have other effective ways of doing this fight. Especially in randomizers, that could be a useful tip. Hey, Dan is doing his best, and as soon as we find out what his best is, I will let you know. Greg Zimmerman, thank you very much for subscribing there. I hope you enjoy your emotes arriving shortly. And I'm hoping that you're having fun with our Black Mages this weekend. Which besides fabulous deals on Black Mages, we have fabulous deals on Agabus all weekend long. Alright, here is the last fight. So this is fight number 2. We got 1 more fight to go after this. I don't have a level target for this particular grind. There's just a certain number of steps that I can take in the Ice Cave before we'll start having bad battles. So there's 3 total undead fights. The Image Wraith fights are numbers 1 and 3. And the ones with the Spectre Geist is number 2 in the middle. So I know that we still have a couple more eyes that we can squeeze out here. And I bet everyone enjoys some freshly squeezed eye juice. And yeah, if you really want to try and grind super fast, it would be faster getting a character to get their maximum number of hits with the Masviewin if you went solo here. But all of these instant death moves, 3 in 256 chance of going through your ribbon. Except for X666, that one's guaranteed to never work. But Rub, Brack, Squint, Glance, the guy's got a whole bunch of ways to kill one person off. And a little bit more than 1% of the time, it's going to work. Also, it is Ace and Cal gonna have to fight with the Masviewin. We're gonna see who's got the better stats overall. Ace was better in hit points and slightly higher level. Cal was better in strength. Ideally 42, I think, Zerkubu is going to be our best target. 42 is the last breakpoint for a black mage to get an extra Masviewin hit. There are two, level 10 and level 42. On top of that, if you're like level 40, that's when you have over 400 health, so that you can guarantee survival against a nuke if you need to. That's pretty useful to have for the chaos fight. I'm going to try and Quake Lich 1, so that we don't have to worry about the nuke on Lich. That might take a couple of resets to make it happen before Lich gets us. I'm hopeful that saves time versus doing a heal staff, heal helmet grind, and trying to be super defensive with our heal potions. Not entirely certain it's going to work, but that is the plan. Relatively rare 3-rounder. I think I lose time with the 2-character strats if I get a 3-round eye fight. 2 rounds, I'm probably breaking even or slightly ahead, and then 1 round, we're definitely ahead. We're splitting the ice experience 2 ways instead of 3. Alrighty, so I want to see you get level 40 before we get that next battle coming up. Got a couple of steps to the next battle, and then after the battle I can go up to 10 steps. I think if I go 7 steps, then I can avoid one of the wizard fights on the way out, but it's not a big deal to take a wizard fight at this point. You're really not going to struggle against most of the enemies that don't have some type of instant death or really nasty move that they can use. But a lot of enemies are just going to straight up run from us at these levels. Cowardice can be effective at times. It's even going to be really good against things like sorcerers, which I may take a risk in Temple of Fiends at. If we have a sketchy setup, rather than doing the long way across Tiamat's floor, you can do a little bit of a shortcut if you're willing to take a sorcerer fight. And just hope for the best. Third try on the Bane Sword there. Coming up on our 9-hour mark. Should be level 40 on Ace pretty soon. How's 39, so Ace is about a half level to go. So less than 10 eyes. Means we can guarantee getting 40 on this trip. Would it be viable to go into Temple of Fiends at less than 42? We don't need the spell slots, I think. It's going to be entirely about the bonus to Masmute attack, so you really don't care about 42 until you're past Kraken. And along the way, you have to fight Purple Worm. You have to fight the Fire Elementals. You're probably going to want to fight the Gurmedusas just because they're in the way, and they're very quick. You have to do the Lich carrying Kraken fights, so there's at least 3 Fiend battles. You might get a pretty decent chunk of a level on experience on the way down, just from the required battles. Wonder how well that would line up. Assuming you had all 3 characters alive, you need 15 daggers worth of experience for that final level. You're going to get somewhere around 11 Agamas guaranteed, split 3 ways. Alright, so not as much as I was hoping for. You're probably looking at more like a third of a level in the for the sent down, but it may prove useful. Nice, we need better Bane swords than that. Or at least need decent black shirts to go along with it. Still have not been hit by Glance a single time through here. It's gotta have been at least 80 to 100 times. Hey, there's Ace level 40. Full 40 Ace is already over 400 health. So we are looking pretty good at 40 to be slightly nuke-proof. Do we get Stood the Ribbon? Not yet. I've been hoping we would see one just to get faster leveling on our characters, but I eventually just had to take the ribbon off of Bill so that we can go down to a 2-character party. I'm not brave enough to do a solo grind here, especially at the very tail end of the eye trip. Beginning, I probably should just do like the first 10 or 20 eyes solo, and then bring back a second character so that you're getting a brief spurt with the full 3225, and then you get the 1600, and then you get, with a 3-character party, like 1000. If you're soloing eyes, it is 10 eyes per level. You can level up really fast if you like a solo black belt here. Somebody that's not really afraid of the enemies. It was Bill has got worse stats, so I'm not sad that he was the one that was hit. But there was a chance between Bill or Cal. Either could have been the sacrificial victim. Ace was about a half level ahead of the other characters, so I wanted Ace to be in the running. And now it's going to come down to Ace versus Cal for who's got the better stats for the Mazmune. Decide what our final overall lineup's going to look like. We should probably have Bill get a little bit closer to 400 health if I can. So if we push Ace all the way to 42, we might switch Bill and Cal's role here so that Bill can get some tiny bits of catch up. In fact, I might be okay to do that now. We'll let Cal hit 40 first, and then swap. If there's any eyes left in this trip, we'll even up that way. Hey, Dan has held the floor down. He has prevented the invasion of monsters from alternative realms. I have been told that not once during this playthrough has Dan committed any littering violations. There are many things that Dan should be lauded and celebrated for. Also, I'm pretty certain that Dan has done his best. And there we go. Cal is 40. Swap the stoning on you. Cal gets hit by petrification. We are totally okay with that. He wouldn't be hit by XXXX. That would be a little bit messier to clean up. I think it's a little bit over 40. It's not a big deal. Alright, so at this point, Ace has got 11 eyes for the level up with a 3-character party. So he should be level 41 before we leave this place. Do we need another eye grind before the end of the game? Hopefully we don't. And that would let me get possibly more than one try versus Warbuck. I'm really hoping that we can get a Warbuck kill. It would be so nice to have it. And there goes Cal, so we are down to Bill's contribution here. I'll give Bill the black shirt after this. And we probably only have about a dozen eyes left to go. So we'll get Bill 1 level up to 38. Ace will very easily hit 41 here. Swap those two. Looks like that. And I kind of expect it to be done with our eye grind already for this loop around, but maybe we've got more eyes than I thought. Like the closer Ace gets to 42, the better. Well, there's battle number 3. So really not much more for this grind. I could take 10 eyes. So 16k experience for Ace and Bill. We're gonna have a wizard fight on the way out, maybe 2 wizard fights. Might be able to grab an Arbone battle. In total, lucky to get 20k. In any case, eye number 1. eye number 2. I think the number is going to be that Ace is about 20k away from his level up. Eye number 3. Number 4. Here's ace at 41. Number 5. Six. Seven. I think I can actually get 11 eyes, but 10 is my number for safety. Just in case I miscount. All right, Bill's at 38 now. 8. The eye resists Earth, so it actually wouldn't be hit by Quake. Interesting. So you really do have to bait it if you want to have a good instant death chance at this point in the game. Number 10. All right, so this is our last eye for this loop around. We will miss you, eye. Especially if we use the Bane Sword, we will miss you a lot. We will get out of here. All right, a lot of undead enemies, so about an ag worth of experience from this. The value in this battle is out of the race, so if you get a lot of race, we got 5 of them. Should be getting a cool 1 agama or more. I think you get like an agama a quarter. This is the fact that upstairs would be the less pleasant mage battle. For some of the ribbon, probably not a big deal. And yeah, we were 2 steps past our threshold there, so could actually go to 11. 12, you would definitely be in some trouble. And we're positively going to be visiting the Bone Zone. Grab some R bones and some wizards on the way out. That'll be our last 2 fights here. Just push an ace ever so slightly closer to that 42 mark. Pretty certain he can make it from here. And to finish things off, we got this pack of wizards. Oh, the wizards are running. They are scared of us, as they should be. As was promised. The Ice Cave grind could be done. Ace. Very slightly more than halfway to go for level 42. We're gonna give War Mech a try. Need to figure out what my inventory is gonna be like for that trip up. War Mech is unfortunately gonna have to be banned. I don't see a way for these black mages to feasibly do enough melee damage to be competitive, even if you got a great setup. You'd be entirely reliant on an RNG loop. Probably in the vicinity of like 10 damage a round. Like, it would be excruciating for the number of loops around to take it. So in theory it would work. In practice, probably faster to just try for the bane. Who knows, maybe at this level we will not every single time be ambushed. There is a chance. There is always a chance. Alright, Mage Staff on Ace. Defense is going to be in slot 2 if we need it. Bill's got the Black Shirt, Bane Sword, Light Axe, Wizard Staff, that seems correct. Cal's got the Thor Hammer, White Shirt there. We've already picked up our Pro Cape. Got our heal potions ready to go. We've got our trip to the inn. Let's see how we did on stats. Ace at 41, 21 strength. This best at 440 health. A chunky bit more than Cal, but Cal's got a strong level up coming up. Cal's got 22 strength. Ace is trailing Cal by a little bit of strength, probably ahead by a good amount on hit points. Bill at 17, I don't think is able to catch up. So Bill definitely out of the running for the Masmune. But it's anybody's game when it comes to hugging things. And so let me tell you how this is going to work. I can probably afford to do 2, maybe 3 trips into Sky Castle going for War Mech. It's a little bit touchy setting up the War Mech encounter. We need to get in there and arrive at a specific moment in time to get the War Mech fight. Which probably means skipping over a lot of encounters once we're inside. But what I will do, take a quick break to stretch and get some water. When we come back, the hugging action will begin. So stay tuned, and let's hope these black mages can do it. All right, back to action and let's make doubly certain we got all of our spell charges. Proceed to the beginning of the encounter cycle. First, bit of investigation. At this level, let's see what it's like getting up to War Mech. I'm not going to bother doing any of the fights on the way. If we lose to War Mech, we would not get to keep any of the experience. And if we win versus War Mech, we get a lot of experience on our characters. Black Mage with more than 400 health. Yeah, if you're over level 40, it turns out that could happen. I feel reasonably pleased with how effective the eye grind was. It was less time per level than I anticipated. So that was definitely a really good fight. With the Bane Sword, I think, helping out a little bit as well for making that go expediently. You can run from the pack of vampires, you just can't run from the vampire battle in the Earth Cave. They're different formations. Also cannot run from the blue D here. So let's get ready to rumble. Aside from this blue D battle, the only other thing in this entire place that you can't run from is the eye fight. That's actually the same eye fight as it was back in the ice cave. Blue D taking a little bit of munch out of our mages. Still not too bad. Definitely very, very smooth. Hopefully smooth enough to make it to Warmech in one piece. We shall have to see. Also, we've got a visitor. Straight from the ice cave, our pal. Coming to see how we're doing in our space adventures. Isn't he so nice? He's the best. Unfortunately, that's kind of the end of the good times. You have no Warmechs for a little while. And so what I'm going to do is just bounce around on these encounters. I don't really want to do a sorcerer fight. I might try one just to see if we can speed up the process here. If I can get up to the top floor, it's got a higher encounter rate. So it will go slightly faster through the list. Grinding Warmech. We are hugging Warmech. Whether Warmech has been fully lubricated is something that we will find out. Alright, can we get through here without the sorcerer fight happening? It's good science. Nope. So you have to do a sorcerer battle if you want to try this path. Luckily, the sorcerers don't particularly like characters in the 40s. And so that's a really fast time up to the top floor here, where you've got the highest encounter rate in the game. The problem is, it's a ways until Warmech shows up. So you're gonna plow through a whole bunch of battles. But this will be slightly more efficient than doing the battles downstairs, I think. Can even get some slime time here if you want. That is a good time in my book. Don't know why I'm doing the small wiggles. We still have a lot of battles until we're back. Ooh, the one-step encounter. This is the only place in the game where that can happen. Everywhere else, you have at least 7 steps minimum. What we have coming up? May shock and amaze you. At least. It will certainly really hurt. So defense sword on Ace. Bill's got the Bane sword. Cal's going white shirt. I don't know if the white shirts are really even worth it. Might be better just to go double Bane. The defense is useful in case we can get him to eat an attack. Nice neutral start. Defense, Bane sword, Bane spell. Let's go. Cal the Bane spell? Alright, ineffective. But we'll get him next time. Next time, we will get him. Cal with that Bane spell. Almost. Very close. It was very close. You know what? If I can get Ace damage looped on Warmech, we would be doing this. The odds are extremely bad. But I'm just saying, what if? I'm running out of Bane spells here. I've only got like 17 left. Ooh, there's the nuclear. All right, Ace. Go for the kill. Get that damage loop going. 1 damage. $38. Oh, there we go. Come on. Give me that crit again. 63. It's going up. No, different turn order. 35. Ooh, don't want to see the nuclear. 33, it's different. $42 is a number we haven't seen yet. 3, okay, that's not as good. All right, we don't want the nuclear. Let's roll the dice. And Warmech is the one that got the crit. All right. Try number 1. That went better than I expected for damage. But hopefully we get the Banes out there. That could have been a solid, like, dozen Banes. It may have possibly been more effective to have continued the Banes on there instead of going for the damage. But we got, like, 300 damage on Warmech. It was a respectable amount. It's just we need to have a 3 in 256 chance to get those crits. And we also need to have some unknown number out of 256 chance of getting an RNG loop on Warmech. It's not impossible, possibly. There is a chance that it could be possible. All right, Raging Blue, have a good one. Hope you had fun here tonight. Is Dan strategically dead? Dan is resting for tax purposes. Wow, low rolls on the ice threes. Look, we got good turn order, so we got the blue D down still. But I think we've been doing it in like 4 ice threes instead of 6. We did have the pretty distinctive fight. Because I could get that slime fight up on the top floor, I don't really have to pay attention to what's going on until that happens. Maybe you should pay attention to our pal the eye here. He demands attention. I like Mick. He demands hugs. I feel like we had an encounter there before. Okay, this was the sorcerer encounter that we had last time. So that was unchanged. The sorcerer got the death touch throw. That is rude. Our magic defense is so much higher than it would be for a normal playthrough there. Yes, the black mage doesn't have particularly good magic defense. Mages start out with more magic defense, but lower growth rates than the melee characters means that they actually fall behind. So I think at these levels, like a fighter has more magic defense than a black mage by a couple levels worth. Still, it's really rare to see trance and death touch be a serious threat when you're in the 40s. That's why sorcerers are so terrifying at level 20, but they were not meant to be that completely broken. Back to the ice threes, anywhere between 4 and 6 of these. Maybe they got 1 or 2 thunders. Sometimes the blue D is supposed to bite you, but I think he's done it a single time yet. Nice roll, got the critical. 3 ice threes will do it. That's even better. Has Edward learned anything from Dan? If Edward was this dead, it would be a massive improvement. I don't want Edward to hide. I want Edward to be on the floor where he belongs. Alright, even with the sorcerer problem, it seems like we could get 4 Warmech tries per hour. And if we're getting in the ballpark of 8 to 12 Banes per try, that would be 32 to 48 chances at a 3 in 256 event. It wouldn't be the best odds. But it wouldn't be completely outrageous. How are there more sorcerers up here? That is not what I expected. Oh, because I didn't get the Nacho fight. Oh, I'll have to stay downstairs one more. Then I can go up. But I just ignore things until I get the slimes. After the slimes, it's a countdown to Warmech that I believe is 5 battles. Actually, let's go to our Hydras, and then it's 2 battles. That'll be even easier to keep track of. That slime time is so juicy and tempting. It's hard to say no to it. Feels like if we try to do damage to Warmech, we could have had like 300-400 damage from Ice 3s. That would have been almost 2/3 of the way there. I'm wondering if that's actually better than the Bane Sword. The Bane Sword's more entertaining. By a large amount. But maybe it's not actually the best percentage chance of winning. Okay, there's our Hydras. And there is next fight Warmech time. So let's get ready and hopefully have another good start. Like, we had a really good start on that last one. That might have been a fluke. Yeah, Warmech ambushed us with a nuclear, so this is way worse. Already lost half of our health here. Defense. Bane Sword, Bane Spell. Unbelievably ineffective. The Bane Sword is gone. A tragic shame. Mace is down to 1 hit. I mean, really, it's always 1 hit with Warmech, but conceptually, it's the thought that counts. Oh, my chances of going into the RNG loop. Doesn't matter because Cal has gotten the Bane spell. Warmech, defeat it. And Cal has level 41. Well now, sometimes you get the Warmech, and sometimes you get the Warmech. And that Warmech has gotten some hugs. Second real attempt on it. Feels like we got pretty good luck on that. How far do you have to go? 22k. Ace is gonna only have 15k left. You know what? Get out of here. I'm going to say good enough job for Cal. You have done some good work today. What we're going to do now. I mean, it's really hard to say that Cal should not get the Masbean after that performance. 1 point higher strength, 7 points lower hit points. But Cal got the Wormec kill. Difference is that 1 point of strength makes that could be the 1 point of strength that kills Chaos. Or something. I still need 22,000 experience. I don't think I want to try and level up all 3 characters, or even 2 characters in Temple of Fiends. Problem is the eye is now a lot more expensive setup-wise than it would be if we had like a full loop to do. Maybe Bottom of Mirage work. Guard Vampire Guard's like 3,000. Bottom of Sea Shrine's usually good. Sea Shrine, we found out a couple of years ago, actually is one of the best places for high-level characters to grind because for some reason the Sea Shrine monsters have way higher morale than the monsters around Mirage Tower. Don't quite know why. But I've got some theories. Well, let's compare our alternatives here. Early Sea Shrine could probably get a bunch of the Gershark fights. Mirage Tower, you could get the Vampire Guard battles. I'll give Mirage Tower a go because I don't need that much. I think we're not that far away. 22k is probably 10 or so battles tops. Maybe 20 battles. 10 battles would be if it was like 3 Agamas each. And it should be about an Agama and a half. It should be possible to have a delicious Tyro snack, but no. We are denied. This is the problem. This is the problem. You're starting to have enemies run away. So you gotta focus on things that are going to have super high morale. There we go, that should do it. Go ahead and loop around. Up to 2nd floor, so we're looking at 15k for Ace, 20k for Bill. We don't have to get all the way there, but we want to be very close to level 42 before going to Temple of Fiends. So this is my plan. Get pretty close to 42. We're going to try to kill Lich with Quake before he nukes us. So if we get nuked, we reset and do the setup again. It's probably a couple minutes to get down to Lich. So you're spending almost half of your time on just getting past Lich. Past Lich, though, the big wildcard factors are, do you get noodled by Kraken on turn 1? You get probably a good turn 1 and maybe a good turn 2. If you can get past Kraken, you got a chance. We get nuked for half damage. Be nice. It would definitely be nice, but it'd be really nice to avoid the damage entirely. At a certain point, you're just going to be having to heal scum with the staff and helmet, and it's going to be really painful. Service versus Nightmare Batman. Service is probably easier, even if we have to take an ambush for it. These monsters are not running, which is helpful. And time that we can get like 2 aggros worth of experience. Making some good progress here. It's almost 2.5 actually. It's really good. Service is going to be average of 1.75. After these, we will see what our number looks like. I think I can probably get about 6,000 experience without slowing down in Temple of Fiends. Like just the forced encounters that you have to take. So if I'm less than like 6 or 7k away, I should be totally good. Less than 10k away, I'm probably okay. Right now, our numbers are on Ace, less than 6k. Bill's got 10k. Cal's got 13. These are probably not going to help us. But they're in the way, so they have to die. Those are just the rules. Is Bill in slot 3? No, Cal's in slot 3. So Cal's got 12k. Cal's the one that's important. Ace is 5k. You know, regulars are worth a lot of experience. These could help us. They could still help us. Alright, it's very close. Cal should be under 10k now. Probably not going to stop for like the Frosties and things. Let's go now. Coming up with the 10-hour mark. It seems like a reasonable proposition. That we can go 2,000 years back in time and hopefully put a stop to chaos once and for all. We in, so we already got our spell charges back. That way I don't have to double save on this house. Under 10k, 3k. Let's do it. Gonna skip a couple of battles here at the start. That gets rid of some of the unpleasant enemies at the top of Temple of Fiends like Gasties that are unrunnable and unfun. We're gonna try Quaking Lich. See if that saves us a lot of health. And we're hopefully gonna have a noodle-free lifestyle. We basically need nobody dying on the way to chaos. If we have all three characters, very good chance that we could have a victory. But if anybody's gone, that makes it much, much tougher. Last battle to skip. Time to go to it. To the left. To the right. Of course, we have to take one step back for luck. And then beyond the zombies. That is when we go 2,000 years back in time. Of course, the zombies get attacking. The zombies score points. All right. Down we go. I guess I could also try petrifying the mages and having one person go for the quakes. Like, is it really a big deal? Maybe? Maybe not. I was thinking about, like, we're gonna take out Frosties. It's a free fight. That's likely only worth like 1,000 experience. We have bigger fish to fry, and we have the Phantom coming up. I'm going to go offensive on the Phantom. He uses spells and skills that's good for us. If he does a physical attack, that would be real bad, man. So our first big gatekeepers. How do we do on this fight? Is Batman a weird translation? Just the making up stuff. Those were Black Knights in the original version of the game. And the evil man was Death Knight. I don't quite know where they got Batman from. But I do know. But the Phantom has gone down. And we're going down. Down to the backside of the Temple of Fiends. We have killed all 4 of the Fiends. We have hugged the Warmech. And now, we are here to kill chaos. also gonna be here at the purple worm fight. Probably Ice 3 actually is my best choice. Just get it over with fast. Try and soak up some hits on Ace if we can with the defense sword. I do have the heal staff, but it would be immensely slow to try and heal farm on this thing. I'm hoping it's not required. Other thing I need Ice 3 for is the environmental, but we shouldn't need that many. We should be okay on those. Blizzard, not a fan. Costing me more heal potions here. Down we go, Litz's floor. Gotta see if the Quake strats work out for us. I'm really hoping this goes well. I'm using my heal potions very aggressively here, in anticipation that we can have a nucleus lich. There's Ace at 42. Did not get another strength point. $75 heals. Of course, one lich later. Let's see how this works out. Come on, Quake. Fire 3 is probably a full 2 rounds. Very hard to go without getting nuke there. Quake is ineffective. There is the nuke. I mean, mostly low rolls. We did have 1 over 200. Second try. Okay, so that was probably 20 heal potions. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. But I think you do have to heal farm here with the way that this is set up. Should probably do this. Versus the Agama. We'll see if they get Bane sorted. I could try it versus the Fire Elemental as well. Nope, this is a bad one. This was a bad one to try it on. I regret everything. I really need that Bane sword to take out the Agama. Probably the white shirt as well, or else we're gonna have some problems in Bill and Cal. This is going badly for the setup for it. And that's why. Agamas should be used purely for dessert purposes. Otherwise, there can be mishaps. Try again. It was second try on the Quake, so we were close to getting something happening on Lich. The basic idea does not seem outrageous. Problem I have is, if you do get nuked, where is a fight where you can realistically get your health back? The black mages have fairly low health to start with. Their defense is really bad. So it's a bit of a struggle for them. But at least it was before we got all the way down. It could have been worse. It could have been iguanas. Alright, one more battle to skip. Going in. To the left, to the right. Down and then up. To victory. And to zombies. Also to zombies. Better start that time. Zombies did not score any points. I feel like this is already going exceptionally better. Maybe this is not going as well, but until that part of it, it was decent. Got double blizzarded on the Frosty with number 1. It's about 9 heal potions it cost me. Who's got the heal staff? You got the heal staff. I should probably put the heal limit on early because I'm not going to do the black shirt ever. Defense sword's going to be the priority there. This way, at least if I get a first strike, I can have 2 out of 3 people try and heal. Get some free healing out of that. Or at least get a little bit less of a bad time. Alright, Phantom. We're back. We're trying this thing again. Good, stops what we want to see. Just spells and skills, things that our ribbon are going to eat up for breakfast. And then we go down. Down to the backside once more. Roughly 10 minutes per try. You have a reasonably early fail out. 10 minutes is your cost. I budgeted about 30 minutes per try, with the guess that it would take us like 3 attempts to get through here. Hopefully it goes well. Right, again, single worm. I'll try and ice 3 it. It seemed like that was working. Let's go for the block. Bill, of course, taking that 2 in 7 chance for Bill to get it. Not that I am counting. No, we're just being rude. Another blizzard. I feel like we're using a fair bit more heal potions on the way down to the Lich this time. We had, I think, about 25 used the previous time through. This is probably going to be more like 30, 35. And so if you get nuked and you eat 30 heal potions there, really tough to have enough to finish. Oh, nice. We got first strike here. See if we get any free healing. Nope, Ace went first. Class change before chaos. There's a chance. I bet Bombit's around here somewhere. Could be right around this corner. Alright, he's 42. I think he did not get the strength point again. Fun guessing game every time. Will we get the strength point on Ace? Will Cal stay on top as our strongest light warrior? Who is getting that Mazmune? And can we get the nukeless Lich? Come on, quick. And effective. There's the nuke, of course. 396. Ooh, he rolled two high ones. Okay. Not ideal. In fact, 0 for 3 on the Quakes. We are so far 1 for 5 on those. 1 for 6. 1 for 7. 1 for 8. I thought the odds were like 1 in 3. So we might just get being a bit unlucky here. Hey, Blind Umpire. Welcome in. Alright, 2 for 9. Maybe a slightly better setup away from having our heal potion farming. So what happened last time was we got hit really hard by the R-Giant, like that. Which was not great. It definitely was not great. That goes on the other hand. Those could be reasonable. I don't know if I want to take this Agama fight, though. Where's our fire battle? I think it's coming up next. Okay, so you need the heal helmet. We probably need a little bit more healing to start with to get this process going. Still leaves me with 2/3 of my heal potions. See if this works. Click right on 4 fires. Okay, we got 1 down. Don't want to kill all the fires, so that is a little bit of a delicate thing. Let's try Ice 2ing. See where that lands us. You should have very good evasion after this. Still gonna be hit by criticals, so we're not totally safe. No, don't kill them all. They killed them all. Well, I'm here for the pro cape anyway. Let's snag that. We'll leave the helmets on temporarily. Let's see how this goes. Gotta out-heal the Agama Breath. And you need the R-Giant to go away quickly. Well, the R-Giant went away. All of the Agamas are still here. Let's try Ice 1. See if that is safe. I've heard that somehow the ice cubes get out of control and destroy the world. That has happened before. See, if I use Ice 2, the back Agama is going to take like 6,000 damage and die. So we need that to not happen. Looks like everything else is mostly going according to plan. So let's start the heal scumming here. It's a bit annoying because it's taking away one of my heals, but it's not overly obnoxious, especially once one person's kind of maxed out. At that point, there's not as much value in the incremental healing. With that, let's go to town. This is where your Temple of Fiends chips can get really costly. If I didn't have to heal scum, let's say we landed that Nucleus Lich, we're looking at a trip that's probably 5 to 6 minutes faster for the attempt. Now, normally I'd be healing like twice on the way down, so that's like 10 or 12 minutes. I have been told that Dan is feeling healthier than ever before. It is totally effective. And he knows it. I guess the other nice thing about Black Mages is they don't have a lot of health, so it's faster to get your healing done. It's a win-win all around. Alright, Ace is maxed out. Bill should be really close. I think this is enough to get us here this turn. Yeah, Cal's gonna be finished, no problem. And then this Agama will be finished. Actually, I don't really want to use my Ice 3s, because those could be useful on Chaos, whereas I doubt I will need 24 fast spells. So Ice 2 it is. And then it is time for a heck of a battle versus Carrie. This may be where we use up our Lit 3s. Fire 3s could be good as well. Alright, I kind of regret using all those Ice 3s now. Maybe that was not our best choice, because I have to get through Carrie and Kraken before we have actual melee attacks. Well, let's try it. Is it worth even fasting Ace? Seeing how much damage that Mage Staff does. It was doing some damage versus Warbeck. I bet it's going to do damage versus Carrie. Maybe not a lot, but that's a different problem. We'll use some of our lower quality spells here. Carrie, meanwhile, with the Fire 3 as well. Ours does less damage. Mage Staff, 4 damage. This is a little bit disappointing. There we go. That's better. It might be a hard fight. 700 health to get through with this. There's a lot of places where Carrie could just be like instant death. Alright, we get one more white shirt in there. That Mage Staff is really not working as well as I was hoping. Like, we were getting consistent 40s versus Warmech. I don't know what the difference is here, but I don't like it. Alright, you're gonna fire 3s. We're gonna use the Bane Sword. Probably a bad choice. Probably should just do like fire 2. They have a better chance of landing rub when it would really suck. I bet they put that in intentionally. Alright, Bill's gonna need like something to attack with. Maybe give... Well, it doesn't really work to give him the Mage Staff because I'm swinging that thing. Can't use the black shirt. Guess Bill could have the Thor hammer, and then Cal's got more spells left over. So Cal's got more endurance here. Alright, we got Carrie. There's 2 fiends out of the way. But there are some very, very hard battles left to go. And there'll be much, much pain on our travels. Oh, Kraken's gonna hurt. Kraken's gonna hurt a lot. Other thing that's gonna hurt is if we have to try to do the sorcerer fight. I was kind of confident in the sorcerers, and then they went badly on our Sky Castle trip. And now I don't know what to think about them. Well, I know what to think about them. It's not pleasant. It was not very polite. This time. For the noodly arms, the defense sword. The lit 3s. The white shirt, let's go. Hopefully. Hopefully he is a pacifist. Lit 2, that's good. Lit 2 is fine. Ace has got all the defense that we need. Bill does not have all the defense that we need. Bill is dead. Well, that could have gone better. All right. There are some concerns. Very mild concerns. It's a good start, too. That was a really good start to the fight. Things are looking good. Maybe. We'll see if things are looking good. That. Cracking us down. But we were down to 2. 2 light warriors left. If only Dan was here. He would know what to do. Got to get past the purple worms. That's a really scary fight here. Only 2 people means that we're doing way less damage, and I'm really low on spells. Also starting to get low on heal potions. Good, we got all 4. Gonna need a lot of dodges. Good start. That was a good start. Question is, can we keep that up? I've got all my ice 3s on ace. If you're gonna use the Masmune, you can burn your ice 3s. So you're gonna be doing our damage here while Cal keeps, hopefully, the team alive. And by the team, I mean the 2 of them. Go for the kill or more safety? Let's try the safety, see if that helps. If there's like a little tiny sliver of Cal contributing to the chaos fight, I want to have his spells left over. Yeah, purple worms are pretty burly. That fight is not a joke. 29 heal potions left. I might have to brave the sorcerers. But you know what I have? I've got the Mazmune. All right. Mazmune obtained. And unfortunately, Dan has all of my travel spells. It was a miscalculation. Well, it's kind of a rough fight there. Defense first? Yeah. I think it makes sense to defense first. Case of the bites. Or the banes. Nobody getting paid through the ribbon, thankfully. That has helped. But a big thing is going to be our chaos pattern for whether or not we get an early Cure 4, whether we have to go defensively on him. We can't really heal in battle, so I don't know if defense is going to be really a good idea. The physicals can be bad at the very first round, but after that it gets a lot better. And as always, sometimes you just have to hope for the best. I'm using the heal staff. This is time for desperation. Sometimes you have to do it. I kind of like keep up with the one spell there. So saves me a few heal potions for chaos. Do we have the sorcerers? Got a vampire fight here, and then I think the sorcerers are after this? Yeah. You might be able to get there. Like, it is an elevated encounter rate floor. But not elevated enough. Okay. I've always worried about the sorcerer battle there. But by doing science, we have discovered that you can get through there without warp. Got the Bane Sword. Really, what more do you need than that? More defense on Cal, maybe? Cal in the front, in case he has to eat a hit. All right, let's go. Final battle, I hope. It is time for chaos. Chaos with the crack, nobody falling in. Inferno, we've lost a precious turn towards the Cure 4, though. 2,000 damage for the Cure 4 seems nearly impossible. Is it better to heal? I think I'm going to go for the heals. Try and keep Ace's health up. We're looking for the spells to happen and then blast at that point. Chaos is cooperating in ways that we did not anticipate. This is not what I expected. All right, there's a spell. There's another skill. This is really bad for us. Second spell. Looking like we might have been better off just going for it. See where the slow 2 lands. Tornado, no! Alright, damage loop time. Need him to physical me and then loop. It's a good start. $236, haven't seen that number yet. I think we've seen 236 before. I think we have a damage loop. And as long as I hold the A button down and put in the fight command on the first possible frame, then there is a chance. And that is how the Black Mages obtain victory. 10 hours, 33 minutes, 27 seconds with a war mech included. No class change. And a whole lot of Bane swords. That's